tomorrow morning too. Maybe 12, later on, while they're there. Hopefully. You can move some stuff back to my phone.
What do you mean? I'm gonna, whenever,
Oh, you have to stay here, right?
I'm supposed to bring up her car.
I have my dolly.
Yeah, so y'all can get everything.
Yeah,
But I think I can put on
the
another
car.
one.
I don't know what he said. To me.
You ready?
Oh, there you go.
Okay, let's bring him in. Oh, be seated, please. Okay, still your direct.
All right. Well, let's see where we stopped off here. I think we're talking about the night of the accident. Now, were you at Wonders the night of the accident? And how much, I mean, did you drink pretty heavily that night as well?
I don't recall, but I know I had a couple for sure.
You had a few drinks, right? And when did you find out that the accident had occurred that night?
I had to find out, I had to call down. A buddy of mine called the county and found out that he was in jail. So I didn't know all night.
Oh, so you didn't find out until the next day?
We had no clue what was going on.
Once you heard this news, how did that make you feel?
Pretty hard.
How so?
My brother. I know what happened. The incident that happened, I think that took someone like, there's no coming back from that.
And does it hit any harder knowing that you were with him that night? Why is that?
It's like, in a way, I could have prevented it somehow.
What could you have done that night?
Could have taken him home or could have stopped.
Did that night at Wonders and the days after have any effect on your life? How so?
I mean, I have to pick up the drink alcohol since that day.
Why?
I saw what it can do. Not just to me, but to others as well. I mean, I have a family myself. And I'm highly involved in their life. And I'm not trying to miss out.
And could you have been a victim
I could
that
have,
night?
I could have,
Could you have caused an accident that
could
night?
have gotten that.
Now, do you believe that being there makes you look any better?
No, but
Why did you want to testify today still?
it's still my brother. at the end of the day. And I know that he didn't wake up intentionally wanting that to happen. I know that he had a good heart. He made mistakes in his past. We all do. But I know he didn't want to wake up and do that. I'm not a violent person.
Have you seen any of the videos presented in this trial?
No.
And have you talked to any of the witnesses presented in this trial?
No.
Seen any of the evidence in this trial? But no matter what any of that shows, do you still support your brother?
He's my brother. We'll be there for him.
When he's in prison, what contact do you plan to have with him?
This is, I don't talk to him.
Are those things still going to be important to you? Are they going to be important to other family members? Have you all talked about that as a family?
Yes, we have.
Have any other family members been coming here to watch the trial?
My brother, my mother.
Even though he's your brother, do you think Brandon should still be held responsible for this?
It happened, it happened.
Okay.
Cross?
So you talked a little bit about, y'all's father.
Yes.
You talked about him, when he left the house.
Yes.
Why did he leave the house? And how did that affect you and your brother? But he's alive. So what would you tell Carissa McCollum and Liliana, whose dad is in the grave? That's where they go visit him. What would you say to them? Well, it was so hard for you and your dad was still alive. So what advice would you give those two young girls who lost their dad? They don't get to see him at all. So what advice would you give them? How to get through it?
Objection.
It's
Argumentative.
cross-examination.
Well-
Judge.
It is argumentative, so sustain.
Do you think it's worse for them since their dad is dead? And whose fault is it that they can't see him? So you talked about being with your brother Brandon at different times when he got in trouble. You talked about the beer run.
Yeah.
Were you asleep in the car or were you passed out from intoxication?
I was passed out from intoxication.
And you indicated that having a child turned you into a man. How old is your child?
He's 12.
12 years old?
Yeah.
So had you just not turned into a man yet on
I was-
January 31st of 2020 when you
I was still
were,
a while now.
so when exactly did you turn into a man?
I've always taken care of my family, but I was going through some things at the time. I break up, I could go have a drink or something. I've always been done. I've always taken care of my family.
You said that when Brandon came out of prison, he was a different person.
Yeah.
How so?
See you then. You didn't want to be in there.
Do you see it in him now?
Yes, I did.
So how do you explain the new felony he picked up 2 months ago? If he's so different.
You
Wasn't my question. How do you then coincide the fact that you're telling this jury he's so different and he just picked up a new felony a little over 2 months ago in the Nueces County Jail after having killed a man? How do you explain that?
I'm not in the situation. I'm not around a bunch of killers. So I don't know what they do in there. I don't know how it is in there. I couldn't tell.
And he's one of those killers, right?
Yeah, it's a different-
He killed a man, right? So that makes him a killer, right? And if someone continues to commit new crimes, doesn't that mean they haven't changed?
It's not time to do it, right?
Did you, you didn't hear the testimony about the methamphetamine. So if a person keeps committing new crimes, does that mean they haven't changed? How do you explain that answer? Because it doesn't make sense. If someone keeps committing new crimes, then they're continuing on that same path, right?
Different situation.
Is it just hard for you to actually be honest with this jury and tell them your brother hasn't changed even while sitting in jail?
You have to change.
He's still picking up new charges, right? Right?
Charge it.
And they're drug related, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what it is.
And it's after he's killed someone, right? So it's just more of the same of Brandon Portillo with new criminal cases, right? You said that y'all travel a lot
Yeah, work.
and he drives with his invalid driver's license, right?
Yes,
Right? And you're good with that? Being on the roadway illegally with an invalid driver's license?
something we have to do. We have to do it if I go down with that.
And in doing so, sometimes we get into horrible accidents and kill people when we should have never been on the roadway in the first place, right?
I know we want to dine out
When was that?
back in 2018, 2019.
So you understand that the jury's already heard testimony that in 2017, when Officer Landine ran him at that time, he had 8 active suspensions in 17. You understand that?
Yes.
And then in 2020, when he committed this offense, he still hadn't taken care of all that, and he still had an invalid driver's license. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So you're telling them miraculously sometime in 2018, he had a valid driver's license? That's your testimony?
I recall you.
A valid driver's license that allowed him to be on the roadway?
I never ran it on my vehicle.
At the end of the day, you love your brother,
I
right?
do, I love it.
And you love him unconditionally.
I love it, I listen to the buddy. Family.
And he's a person. Do you believe in accountability? And sometimes people do things that are just so bad. Do you agree that there just has to be severe consequences? Understand? Do you believe in that?
Believe in, yep. Yes.
And you understand he's already been found guilty?
Yes.
I'm gonna pass, Judge.
Anything else of the witness?
No further questions.
All right, you may stand down. Call your next witness.
This time, defense would call Brandon Portillo to the stand.
All right. Come forward. All right, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
Be seated. You may proceed.
All right. For the record, could you just state your name?
My name is Brandon Portillo.
And Brandon, how long have you been in jail?
I have been incarcerated for 2 years and a couple months.
Since the accident, huh? Where have you been located in that jail?
I moved around, but I've been at SEG this whole time.
Let's jump straight to January 31st. Where'd you go that night?
January 31st, I went to Wondersport.
You can move that microphone so it's a little bit closer, so it's, or you can scoot up. What led you over to that bar?
Well, it was Friday, we were all at work, and we all discussed it at work that we were gonna go to Wonders Bar, and we were gonna go have drinks and then call it a day and go home.
And what was your whole plan for that night?
My whole plan was, I was supposed to be there for just a little while, and I was supposed to go and take my girlfriend at the time to Chipotle.
So whenever you went to Wonders Bar, who were you meeting up with?
I met up with my brother and another coworker, and the other coworkers did show up, and they ended up leaving.
Now, tell me, you said coworkers, where are you working back then?
At the time, I was working for Bay. It's a company that does the piping division, and we were working at a yard on corn products. I'm sorry.
Well, so these were all coworkers out in the yard at that.
Yeah, we all worked together. We were all at the work that Friday.
So you're there at Wonders, you got your coworkers there. When would you say that it's started getting out of hand?
After about my 6 or 7 drink, I knew that I started feeling like I was losing control of myself, and I kept going.
And even though you were 6 or 7 beers in, what were we gonna do after you left the bar?
I was supposed to go and meet with my girlfriend, and we were gonna go to Chipotle.
Now, while you were at the bar there, once you said losing control. What do you mean by losing control?
Losing control in my mind at the time, I was not thinking, I was just in the time and in conversation and socializing, not even thinking about what I was really putting myself into. I was being stupid.
Now, you didn't make it Chipotle, did you?
No, I did not.
What did you end up doing?
I drove my truck intoxicated.
And that caused what?
I caused one of the most biggest accidents that there could ever be. And I caused Adam McCullum to pass away. And I hurt Officer Love. I also hurt Keeling Louise. I destroyed all their families. And I can never change that.
Well, let's talk about that. Are you familiar with your own addiction?
Yes.
What is it?
I've been having trouble with alcohol for a very long time. I was trying to control it. Nobody really ever wants to admit they're an alcoholic. And there's no excuse. There's no excuse.
So Sorry, go ahead, I'm not gonna stop.
It's just, some people can control it, and there's other people that, when you get so far down, that you're not even thinking anymore.
And that doesn't absolve you of anything, though, does it?
No,
Have you been to treatment?
yes, I've been to a treatment, I've been in an inpatient treatment, and I've also been in an outpatient treatment.
Well, did you fail the treatment? What happened with that?
Well, the first treatment I went to, I was probably about 19 years old, maybe about 20. I really didn't take it seriously. I didn't. I thought it was okay. I see people drinking all the time. I thought it was okay. I kept thinking it's okay. And I kept getting in trouble. And
Well, go ahead, sorry.
I just kept going back and forth, getting in trouble.
And so you didn't take these treatments seriously. Why?
Because at the time, I never really did anything that I felt was major or caused me harm to anybody. I would get a public intoxication and stay the night in jail and then be released in a little while. And this is from the time frame when I was younger. But once I was on probation, it started getting worse. The punishments was getting worse.
Do you think back now why you should have taken those seriously?
Yeah, I have to think about it every day. Every day I have to remind myself that I should have paid attention. I should have never let myself go like that.
Because, well, so let's talk about this treatment and what you've learned. What did you take away from the SATF program?
So when I left the SATF, I picked up a lot of what they were saying. The problem was that I continued to want to hang out with the same people and go to the same places over and over and over. And it's true what they tell you, that even sometimes it's your own family members that you have to like move away from sometimes. And your closest friends sometimes are the ones that can get you in trouble as well. And I kept putting myself in dangerous situations as far as being around other people drinking. I used to hang out with coworkers still, and I used to try to be there and not drink, but it was really just telling myself a lie. I was just teasing myself, and finally I gave in again.
Now, did SATF or any treatment programs teach you about triggers?
Yes, they teach you different type of things that can trigger you, and most of the time it's just putting yourself in places where you know you're not supposed to be. You're around alcohol, you're eventually going to want to drink. It's going to, keep putting yourself close to things that you're not supposed to. Eventually you're going to end up doing.
When did you first really know that you had a problem?
like I said, nobody ever really wants to admit it, but I knew when I got that DWI in 2015, I knew because I went from, I just got out of the program. It's ridiculous. I just got out of the program. I believe I got out of the program in May. I got a DWI in July. And the thing was that I thought I could control myself. I went to a wedding. And once again, I completely lost control of myself, and I kept drinking and drinking and drinking. And I finally went home, and I decided to stop at Waterbury.
Now, that loss of control, does that absolve you of guilt?
Say it.
That loss, you said loss of control. Does that make you not guilty of something?
No, of course not.
Yeah, approach.
Yes, sir.
Moving to admit what's marked as defense exhibit number 2, which is a self-authenticating document. It's a certified copy of a dismissal.
Okay,
No objection, Judge.
all right, submitted.
Who brought up that DWI that you got? Now, that DWI, what did that end up causing you for your probation?
Well, what happened was, I revoked my probation again for the third time. And they wanted me to go back to a program, and I told them no. I told them that I wanted to go to prison, and I was really hoping that I might learn my lesson in prison.
Now, I've entered in defense exhibit number 2. You recognize that?
Yes,
What is it?
it's a motion to dismiss that DWI that I had.
Okay. But you don't, do you deserve that motion to dismiss?
No, I do not.
That should that have been a conviction?
Yes, originally I thought it was, but I don't know, something happened. They ended up dismissing it.
So let's take a break. Now, let's go back to that point at which you had 6 or 7 beers back at Wonders. Do you even remember the accident?
Not really at all.
What do you remember?
I just remember, I was on the phone, and I remember hanging up the phone and telling them I was already on the way home, and literally right after, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I just remember my airbags. My airbags went off as soon as I impacted the first police car.
But at this point, you know exactly what happened, right?
Yes, I do.
Did you watch every single video that was played up there?
Yes, I did.
And we watched a few of those videos together at the jail, right?
Yes.
Had you seen them all?
No, I didn't.
And seeing that happen, how did that, what did you think of what you'd done?
It just made me feel worse.
Do you think that's appropriate, that you feel worse?
Of course, it,
Are you ready to take responsibility for what you've done
of course, don't deny anything. Everything was my fault. Everything that happened is because of me.
here? Let's go back to that accident scene. Do you remember the police officer grabbing you after you stepped out of the truck?
At that point, I was really just trying to refocus on everything. Like I said, I really can't remember much. I remember thinking, like, in my mind, what the word okay, and I couldn't fully comprehend like what like it was the reality. I couldn't. Seemed like a nightmare.
Do you think that alcohol contributed to that lack of understanding?
Yeah, of course it did.
And did it contribute to the accident?
Of course it did.
At what point did you realize what you really had done?
Throughout the whole time, I kept trying to tell myself that it wasn't real. It fully got real once I was placed in the Nueces County jail.
When you were placed in the Nueces County Jail, is that when you had your charges read to you?
Yes, as soon as I got to the Nueces County jail, I believe it was I want to say the city jail is where they read my charges, and I just felt my whole world turn upside down.
But even then, you knew that you did it, right?
Yes, I knew that I made one of the biggest mistakes in my life, and I was gonna have to pay for it. Every single thing that happened, I knew I was gonna have to pay, and it was gonna be severe.
So then, why didn't you just plead guilty?
Well, the only offer I've had was life, and I don't know, I really don't know.
And so you got the plea offer for life imprisonment. Did you know you were going to get sentenced?
Yes,
And do you understand these people can still give you life?
yes, I understand.
Do you expect sympathy by taking the stand today?
No, of course not.
Why?
Everything that happened on January 31st happened because of my stupidity. It happened because I've constantly been doing the same thing over and over and over and over. I tried bettering myself. It didn't work. I messed up again on January 31st, and this time I didn't only destroy the lives of the officers, I destroyed the whole family. And I have to own up to that for the rest of my life.
Let's get back to that. Let's talk about, when did you start drinking?
I started drinking probably when I was 14 years old.
Remember what grade you're in?
Yes, I was a freshman in high school.
How did it start?
It started as a social thing. I used to hang out with different friends, going to high school parties, and at the time I was just trying to have fun, trying to be cool, trying to just be part of everything going on. I really didn't think much of it when I was that age. I was just hanging out with friends and drinking, and like I said, just being social.
So if you started when you were 14, how soon was it before you got your first public intoxication charge?
I got my first public intoxication charge when I was 15 years old. I was at a party in that apartment complex in Peachtree.
I mean, did that bother you at the time?
To be honest, no,
Why?
because they literally just took me back home, and that was that.
But then you got stopped again, intoxicated by a police officer. This time driving a car. Do you remember that?
What's the date on that one?
This is from 2010. Do you now recall?
I'm trying to remember that one. I had-
Before this punishment hearing, have you ever seen your criminal history laid out like this?
When I was on probation, yes, I have seen my criminal history the way it was presented.
Now, you say you started drinking when you were 15. You kept going to parties. Did that escalate into anything else?
It actually did. I started, I guess, experimenting with other things. I started smoking marijuana, and I started popping Xanax pills, and I continued drinking.
Do you think those Xanax pills had a particular effect on your life?
Yes, they did, and those were pretty like serious.
When you were busted for theft? Were you on Xanax?
Yes, I was.
You got arrested on that burglary charge where we heard you getting caught in someone's house? Were you on Xanax?
Yes, I was.
Do you even remember committing that burglary?
To be honest, no.
Why is that?
I believe I took 4 Xanax pills.
What does that mean to you though?
That is very high level of being high on things.
Does that exonerate you from that burglary?
No, of course not.
What's the, when was the first time you learned that you got a burglary charge?
The next day after I was put in jail.
Do you recall anything about it?
No, I don't know.
Why don't you recall anything?
Later on, when I was actually in a substance abuse vicinity, I had to actually do a report. So the drug itself, it makes you black out, and it will make you do things that you really never, it removes anxiety from your body, which causes you to do things you would never do if you were sober.
Now, you've already told us that that doesn't absolve you of anything. Did you understand you have to be punished for that too?
I can say.
How soon after your arrest did you think that to yourself?
Pretty soon, as soon as I got here, when they told me what I had done, there was nothing I could do. As soon as my attorney came and talked to me, I told him, like, there's nothing I could do, man, that did that, and I don't even remember.
And did you take responsibility for that burglary?
I really thought, I mean, it was the first time like I've ever been on a serious charge, and I thought they were gonna send me to prison. I was still 19.
What did you end up getting?
They ended up giving me a deferred adjudicated probation.
So you didn't think you were going to get a chance like that?
To be honest, at the time, people were telling me in the jail, like, it's your first time, you're gonna get probation, and then you got other, of course, inmates that will tell you, no, they might give you a low sentence, so you might go to prison. So I really didn't know, and I stayed there all the way until I went to court, so I was in there, I believe it was 3 months. I didn't really know. And so my lawyer told me at the day of court.
Looking back, was deferred a real opportunity for you?
Yes, that actually was, to me, I thought that was a great opportunity to go home.
Did you take advantage of that opportunity?
Yeah, of course. After being there 3 months, I wanted to go home so bad.
Then you didn't follow through, did you?
No.
But let's talk about that time on probation. Had you really done serious probation prior to this?
No.
What did you try to change about your life once you pled guilty, you went on probation for that burglary?
On that offense there, whenever I was placed on probation, one of the biggest things that I told myself is that Xanax was the cause of that. So I completely removed the friends I had that would take Xanax, and I completely stopped taking the Xanax pills.
But you didn't stop drinking, did you?
To be honest, it got worse.
How do you think it got worse?
I personally, this is my personal opinion, was that I was still trying to get the same get the same results with alcohol, but it wasn't the same drug.
Did you know at the time you were not supposed to be drinking while on probation?
Yes, and
Follow that rule of abstinence while you're on probation?
no, I did not.
Is it fair to say you did not take that probation seriously? Do
No, I did not.
you wish you had?
Yeah, of course.
Why?
Because it would have prevented a lot of trouble that has come up, and I should have realized at that point that I wasn't doing anything to better myself.
Do you think Alan McCollum would be alive if you had taken something seriously?
Yes, he would.
When you're on probation, did you start working anywhere different?
When I got on probation, I actually, that was the first time I actually got a job that I liked, which was, my first job. I was working in a refinery as a welder helper.
What does welder's helper mean?
It's, basically you assist the welder in, aligning the pipes he has to weld together, and, just basically, assisting him in everything he needs as far as, grinding and, setting up his, workstations and, of course, helping him, assemble pipe.
Did that job have any future to it?
Yeah, actually, at the time, I was thinking about, becoming a welder because, I had a couple good, welders that I worked with that were trying to lead me in that direction.
So what advancement from welder's helper could you have had in your life?
Well, basically you're either gonna be, so as a helper, you're either gonna be a welder or you're gonna be a pipe fitter.
What about one of these two jobs stood out to you at all at that time in your life?
Why did they stand up?
Why do you want to do one?
In all honesty, just for the money.
Did alcohol end up having a negative effect on that pursuit as well?
Yeah.
How so?
I was getting these good jobs and I still got in trouble. Like pretty. I want to say it was 2013 or 2014. I got a PI. I was working at that first job, actually. In the refinery.
Did that cause you to lose a job?
Eventually it did. My probation, I had to tell him about the PI. And he told me that he was gonna revoke my probation. And I stopped reporting because I knew he was gonna arrest me.
And so once again, you failed to live up to your probation term.
Yes.
And so is that the NTR that led to the SATF sanction?
At that time, no, that was the first one that led to the sobering device.
Sure, sir, you heard plenty of evidence on that, but when you got that sober link, what did you think to yourself?
That was, it bothered me.
Bothered you? Tell me more.
It bothered me because it wasn't letting me drink on the weekend.
Did you want to drink?
Yeah.
And so what did you do?
I messed it up.
You messed what up?
I violated my probation agreement.
You ignored that sober link device, right?
Yeah, I believe I think I blew into it, and had alcohol.
So being placed on probation didn't control your drinking, right? This is what you're telling us?
No.
And a machine to monitor your alcohol didn't stop you drinking?
No.
And then so, once you failed at that, was that the charge led you to SATO?
Yes, that's the one that led to it.
We're going to talk about SATO a little bit, so I'm going to move forward here. You got sentenced to 2 years in prison. That was the end of your probation, your sentence, right?
Yes.
You know, earlier you said something like, thought that prison might straighten you out in some way. Why is that?
I just, I had been to that treatment facility and it was good. Like I still remember a lot they taught me. The only thing that, I felt like wasn't enough was that you could still kind of do whatever you wanted. And like, if you wanted to leave, like you could walk out. But I knew in prison, like there's no, you're not gonna walk out.
Well, so what about that confinement did you think would help?
I really was just hoping that it would help me. I was hoping it would kind of scare me in a way, and just hoping that it would keep me sober. And it actually did. Actually did fairly well. I didn't really get in trouble in there. I stayed away from any kind of trouble in there. And,
So you got sentenced to 2 years. How much of that 2 years did you serve?
the whole thing.
How long was your parole?
Well, I had about a month left, a month and a half, I believe.
Had you ever had a period of sobriety that long? Since you were 14?
Actually, no, that was the first time that I felt good. Like I felt good. I felt like I didn't need it.
But even after you got out of prison, you didn't stay sober, did you?
No, eventually I started drinking very little, but I was still drinking, yes.
When you were in prison, though, did you make any decisions about what you're going to do with your life?
Yeah, in prison, I was actually kind of on I guess you could say, a kind of, like a better unit, because there's some units that are a little bit more, I guess if you're like, I guess higher risk, inmate. So there wasn't too many, there was a lot of, pretty good inmates around, so I kind of was around a lot of good inmates that, you know, we all didn't really have, like long-term, prison sentences, so, you know, you get together with different people and you start setting goals for yourself, setting different new standards for yourself to try to, stay away from, the justice system.
So by the end of 2017 or so, you were out of prison. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe my release date was, January 31st of 2017. I'm sorry, December 31st, I'm sorry, of 2017, December 31st.
What happened on January 31st?
January 31st was, January 31st was the day that I got into an accident and struck and
Now, let's get back to it. So you got out of prison. What was one of the first things that you would say happened to you that improved your life a little bit?
one thing that helped me was, it happened really fast. And I wasn't planning on it, but when I came out, I met, Audra, and, we got together, kind of like right when I came out, maybe within, couple of weeks.
Why was that meaningful for you?
The whole reason why is because I never really had, somebody, there with me at all times. And, she was always there with me. We moved in together, pretty fast. And, she was kind of always, like getting after me or trying to keep me in line. And I would listen because I loved her.
You ever had a long-term relationship like that before?
That was actually the first time.
What else did you take seriously once you were out of prison?
One of my main, I guess my first goals was just trying to establish like a permanent, working environment.
We talked about work a few different times. Why does this keep coming up as something important to you?
Because it was actually one of my, I really enjoyed, one of my favorite things I like doing. I really, enjoyed my job, and I took it seriously, and it was just one of those, my job to me was more like a hobby, and, I took pride in my work.
Does having a good job absolve you of guilt in this situation?
No, it does not.
But this was something that you improved? Is this what you're telling me?
Yeah, it was helping me because, throughout that time frame, I was getting better at what I was doing. I eventually bumped up. I ended up becoming a journeyman, and I was about 23 years old when I became a journeyman. There's not very many, journeymans at that age.
Now, we've heard a little bit of evidence here that in 2019,
You got arrested again.
Yeah,
For what?
I was pulled over, I was pulled over for the tail light, and, whenever she, pulled me over, she had asked me if I had been drinking, and, I told her the truth. I told her that I did have, I had one 24-ounce, beer prior to about an hour before, I took my friend to pick up his truck. And, you know, I complied with her the whole time. I was trying to kind of let her know that I really wasn't intoxicated, like I wasn't, like I felt like I was okay. And, so we ran the test, and, I thought I could do it. I didn't think I was intoxicated.
But where'd you go that night?
They still took me to jail.
And do you understand why you went to jail that night?
Yeah, and I kind of, she was like kind of nice to me, so I really didn't give her no trouble. I was just trying to tell her, because even when she asked me if I wanted to do a breathalyzer, I believe she was saying that she didn't have one on her at the time, so I told her I had told her it was fine, and I knew she was already gonna take me. I told her okay, and I was really just focusing on trying to find out because I want to say there was an event we were having the weekend, so I just complied with her to make it faster, I guess.
Did you feel, did you feel like that DWI arrest became a setback for you?
Yeah, of course it did. You know, I had to pay a little bit and to bond out, and I knew I was gonna have to go to court for it eventually.
No, but why did it feel like a setback? Got another intoxication?
Yeah, and at the time, Audra, my significant other at the time, she was kind of upset, and I tried to tell her that it wasn't, because she was always trying to take care of me and trying to not let me be the way I used to be. So I tried to tell her, like, when I came out, and most of the people that saw me there that night, they knew that I wasn't intoxicated, and I was trying to basically just tell her that I wasn't the way I used to be. So it was upsetting.
All right, can I approach?
Yes.
Objection.
Okay, you moving to admit that?
I'm moving to admit defense exhibit number 3.
All right, since there's no objection, it's admitted.
I'll put in front of you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 3. You recognize that?
Yes,
Okay. What happened to your DWI out there in Calhoun County?
they ended up dismissing them.
And defense exhibit number 3, is that the dismissal?
Yes.
No, that's not like the other dismissal that's in front of you, is it?
No, it's not.
Because you were intoxicated in 2015 when you did that DWI, right?
Yes, that was.
You felt like you were not intoxicated for this one.
Yes, that's totally true.
Now, does that clear you of being intoxicated for this charge that you're on for right now?
No, it was not.
Okay. Well, there's one more thing to talk about here. Let's talk about that kite. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
You've already heard the testimony, so let's ask you the question. Did you pass along that kite to Officer Colson?
Yes, I did.
Did you know what that kite said in it?
To be honest, I didn't open it.
Did you know who was going to shoot it?
Yes, I told the Officer Colson, I told him to do me a favor and send it to that person.
But did you know what it contained?
No, I did not.
Let's talk about that. What is an Uber driver there at the jail?
Basically, what an Uber driver is somebody that finds transportation to send messages. Basically, anybody that's cool with the officer working with they, you will basically be the Uber driver of the one.
Now, what will an Uber driver be asked to do there at the jail?
They'll simply tell you, hey, when Colson comes by, can you tell me this goes over there? Because not all officers trust every other individual.
At this point, January this year, how long had you been in?
I was already here, like 2 years.
And earlier, we said the term ad seg. What does that mean?
So AdSeg is your 23-hour lockdown. And you come out one hour a day.
And how would other inmates put you in possession of a kite to send on to an officer?
So in these seg tanks, under the door, there's probably a crack about this big, and that's basically how we communicate. And we kind of slide things around on the floor.
Is it pretty common to send these kites?
It's actually pretty common. There's numerous people passing stuff around to other inmates. That's just how, only because we're in that safe that we don't have access to walk out of our cells. So the officer is the one that they pass stuff to numerous inmates throughout the day.
Now, why are you there on the ad seg floor?
The severity of my case. As soon as I got put in jail, they told me that I was on an extremely high profile case and that I was going to be in ad seg the whole time my noise is coming to.
And so this is for people with serious offenses. And you have committed a serious offense.
Yes, sir.
So let's continue on here. So will every officer take a kite anywhere?
No, some of them will tell you no, and some of them will. They just grab it and go, and they really don't say much. It just depends on your relationship with each officer.
And can every inmate there at the jail send a kite to any officer?
It varies because certain officers only talk to certain inmates that they feel they're comfortable with, because there are certain inmates that are very disrespectful to the guards, and there's a lot of inmates that I guess cause a lot of commotion.
So if someone sends a kite over to you, what do they tell you?
They'll just basically say, hey, can you shoot this to Colson? Tell them to send it to wherever, or to a certain individual.
And if you get a kite If you don't pass it on, what happens?
More than likely, these inmates will probably think you're weak and, more than likely, you'll probably get rolled.
When you say they think you're weak, does that mean they think you're weak in strength, or is that a term?
It's more of a term as in them thinking you're not, you're weak to the surroundings because there's a lot that goes on. There's a lot that goes on in the jail.
So you said rolled. What does rolled mean?
Basically, what road means is when the whole tank will be together. So, do damage to you.
You said everyone is locked up, though. You're all in your own cells. What happens?
There's still inmates that jam their doors and they pop out.
So the inmates jam their doors. They go out and they do what to people who get listed as weak?
I've seen, I've witnessed myself, inmates getting jumped and stabbed.
So you got this kite, right?
Yeah,
And you passed it along to Colson, right?
yeah. But
Now, is anything about that story with the kite, does that make you any less culpable on your intoxication manslaughter case?
no,
On your intoxication assault case?
no,
Your other intoxication assault? Does it change the nature about the people that you harmed as a result of your actions?
no.
Does any of your history make it so that you shouldn't be held accountable?
No, of course not.
Can you change anything that you've done in your life?
Everything that's already passed, I cannot change it anymore. I have to basically take whatever comes my way and accept it. There's no turning back. There's no fixing anything. There's only trying to accept whatever it is that comes my way.
Okay, at this time, I'll pass it.
Okay, let's do this. Let's take a short break and then we'll be back for cross. You may.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Gonzalez. I'm asking some questions. At any point in time you don't understand my question, just let me know and we'll try to get through this, all right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Portillo sat here, and just previously testified that the only offer that was ever, I guess, given to you or that you heard of was life, correct?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Why do you deserve anything less than life in this case?
Because I really don't deserve anything. I don't even deserve to be here.
Are you telling this jury that, so let me rephrase it. You saw yourself in the video, right?
Yes,
Okay, so we saw you drink, and you saw my clothing, correct?
yes, I
You
do.
saw me put out every single cup in front of this jury here, right?
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that that's a lot of alcohol to consume?
Yes, it is.
And after you consume that alcohol, you got in your truck, right?
Yes.
You got up here and you testified that you made the worst decision and you ruined so many people's lives, correct?
That's correct.
Now, that mistake caused Officer McCombs to fall over the edge and to plummet down 30, 40 feet to his death. You saw that, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We also, I know you saw Officer Love get pinned, all the stuff that he's going through. You saw all that, correct?
Yes, I do.
And then you also even heard testimony from Officer Muniz, her loved ones, of everything she had been through, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you're still going to tell this jury that you deserve less than life in prison for the role that you played and all of that?
I never said that.
I thought you just said that.
I said that was the only offer that they gave me.
Okay, but didn't you just testify that you feel that you shouldn't even be here? Is that what you said?
Yes,
Okay, why did you say that?
because I should have been the one, not Officer McCombs.
Okay, but that's not what occurred that day. And so you said that today is, or in this case, you would pay severely. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
And today's that day, right?
Yes, it is.
You said that, let me ask you, going back to, less than life, what number in your head did you feel would have been an appropriate offer that would have been conveyed to you?
I don't believe I have an option to pick a number.
I'm asking you, what number would have you considered to say, okay, I'll take this? 50 years?
I don't know.
20 years? 30 years?
Whatever they decide, what I'll accept. I'll make it the best.
So let me ask you this. In 20 years, 12-year-old Liliana will be how old?
Say again, I'm sorry.
In 20 years, 12-year-old Liliana, you remember her testifying, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we got up here and I saw the testimony, and I know you sat through there, you saw every single person testify, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're here and we're asking, and I guess my question to you is, what was so bad in your life that went wrong? What evidence went wrong to where you killed an officer and hurt two others and ruined so many lives? Like, what happened to you?
Nothing happened to me. I just made a very poor decision, a stupid decision.
Were you sexually assaulted as a child?
No, no,
Did you have light when you were growing up in a household?
no, I did not.
Did you have food when you were growing up in the household?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a loving mom?
Yes, I did.
Did you have loving brothers?
Yes,
Did you have a loving sister?
yes, I did.
What excuse do you have here that you can tell this jury as for the actions that you did, not just that night, but throughout the course of your life?
I believe I've already stated that there's no excuse. There's no excuse.
Now, would you agree that we wake up every day, we have a chance, right?
Every day is a new day, yes.
We also have choices, right?
Yes,
And because of those choices, would you agree with me that we have consequences?
every action has a reaction, correct?
And today is where you get to see and find out that consequence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, we know that because what you've been through, right? That it will deter other people from what happened. You know what the word deterrence means?
To be honest, no.
Someone's not gonna do something because of what happened to you. Does that make sense? Let me ask you, your brother said he hasn't had a drink of alcohol because of this, correct?
Yes,
And so people may hear this story, they may never drink again, or they might not drink and drive, correct?
yeah, and hopefully that does happen.
Okay? Then we also send people to prison, right?
Yes,
Okay, that's what's gonna happen here today, correct?
yeah, that's correct.
And if you're in prison, you're incapacitated. That means you're not out in the public, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you've been to prison before, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you were in prison, could you consume alcohol?
People do make alcohol, yeah.
And when you were in prison, could you operate a motor vehicle?
No, you cannot.
So we know that one of the ways to get you from stopping, at least driving, on the motor, on the road, is to make sure that you're incapacitated, that you are in prison, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so as long as you're in prison, we know you cannot operate a truck.
that is
You
correct.
can't operate a black Silverado, correct?
That's correct.
You can't operate a black BMW, correct?
That is correct.
No cars. Now, we jumped around, and I know we saw everybody testify. It was quite a lot. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it was.
And not once, I sat back there, and not once did I see you break. And see any tears. Did you see any tears from me?
I didn't actually leak tears, but my eyes did water.
I didn't notice any remorse from you. Do you have any remorse?
I really do. It's very different when you're on this side.
I didn't see any sorrow either, at all. Do you feel any sorrow?
Of course I do. I'm human.
I mean, did you watch when the 12-year-old Liliana got up there and she described all those things that she used to do with her dad? And the 12-year-old to say those types of things and the way she said it, it still didn't break you. Did it?
Because I'm the reason for that.
And so you don't think because you're the reason for that, that maybe that can put you in a spot where you could feel what she felt?
We're in totally different positions. I'm the one that caused her so much pain. I could barely look at her in the eye, to be honest.
Now, can I approach one second?
Yes.
Well, let me go back. Mr. Portillo, how long have you been in custody this go around?
Since the date of the accident, it's about 2 years and 2 months.
Okay, so 2 years and 2 months. How many birthdays have you had?
2.
2 birthdays. And how does that make you feel knowing that 2 birthdays you've had, everyone out there has had those same birthdays? You would agree with that?
Yes, that is true.
And Officer McCullough wasn't around, correct? And let me ask you, how do you communicate with your family members in jail?
Through phone.
Okay, how many phone calls have you had in the 2 years and 2 months?
Probably couldn't even count.
Probably thousands, right?
Probably,
It's pretty expensive, correct?
of course it is.
What type of things do you get to talk to with your brother, or your sister, or anybody of your family members?
Just things going on and whatever they're doing. Or whatever.
How's it going, right? You ever say, I miss you, Mom?
Of course I do.
I love you, Mom.
Of course I do.
You ever get to talk to your dad?
Yeah.
How does it make you feel knowing that they will never get those conversations with their loved ones?
It It's devastating.
How many letters have you got to write to your family members?
In all honesty, we kind of use the phone more than letters.
Yeah, Brooks Windsor?
Yes.
Showing it's been marked as State's Exhibit 232. Do you recognize this? Go ahead and grab it.
Yes, I mean, this is to Audrey Gonzalez.
Are they true and accurate forms of what you wrote to her on those occasions?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to enter these into evidence. No objection from. May I go over these and
Yeah, you're moving to admit. There's no objection. It's admitted.
thank you, Judge. Now, in these letters, you get to communicate with whoever you choose to, correct?
Yes.
And how does it make you feel knowing that Liliana and Carissa will never have any letters from their father?
It's a very ugly thing knowing that they cannot do that no more.
And in one letter in particular, you talk about all these things, how you prayed and how you hope to find and receive peace. You remember writing any of those things?
Yes, sir.
But in not one time do you ever mention how sorry you are for taking the life of Officer McComb, correct?
Yes, sir.
In this letter,
I don't think so.
do you state how sorry you are to Officer Love for the injuries that you caused him?
No.
Do you state that you are sorry about all the injuries that you caused to Officer Muniz?
No, I didn't.
And in fact, even here, you said you're not going to shed any more tears over this. You remember saying that?
Yes, I'm trying to prepare myself for what's coming.
And that letter was dated February 6th of 2020, correct? 7 days after Officer McComb had passed away. Do you know if they'd even buried him yet?
Not sure.
Now, I know when Mr. Holst was asking you questions that you were taking some ownership, right?
That's correct.
You were admitting some things today, right?
Yeah.
So you're admitting that you are an alcoholic, correct?
That is correct.
And are you finally going to admit that you killed somebody?
Yes, I do.
Are you gonna finally admit that you hurt Officer Love?
Yes, I do.
Are you gonna admit that you hurt Officer Muniz? And are you gonna admit that you changed their lives in such a way that no one could ever want to understand?
Yes, I do. I destroyed their lives.
And are you gonna admit that even though you're in jail, right?
Yeah.
Away from the community, away from the public, are you gonna admit here that you are still engaging in criminal activity?
Yes, I made a poor decision. Not paying attention.
And so you would agree with me that even in jail, you can still break the law.
Yes, there's a lot going on in jail.
And do you think that the jury should consider that when they're assessing how many years to keep you away from them?
In all honesty, that's pretty often decided. I mean, I cannot change anything that whatever they feel in their heart, that's their decision.
You can admit with me, though, that while you're in prison or jail,
Yeah.
you don't have to drink alcohol, right?
No.
You don't have to use methamphetamine, correct?
No,
You don't have to brutalize individuals.
no, you don't.
You You don't have to, use, what was it, synthetic, right?
Yeah,
But all that stuff is actually occurring while you're in custody, correct?
yes,
So if you can't stay clean or sober away from criminal activity in jail, how is there any way you could ever do that outside?
I haven't used any drugs or alcohol.
Now, let me ask you, are you admitting then that you had possession of methamphetamine in the correctional facility?
That did happen.
And you did so, whenever you had violations, correct? You remember whenever they caught that, they brought you in
For what?
for the drugs that were found in your cell in the cot?
That barely came up when I went to court. I never, that we went to court for pre-trial and it popped up.
Now, Prince Minister,
Yes.
I had no idea.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 233. Go ahead and take a look at that.
Yes,
Do you recognize your signature right there?
yes, I do.
Okay, is this a true and exact copy of what you signed that day?
Yes, sir.
This time, Your Honor, I would like to move to admit. Okay.
All right, it's admitted.
Now, do you recall that you lost some privileges because of having the possession of the narcotics in yourself, correct? Or the kite?
To be honest, the way it works is, they don't give you that, the rest of it. That's honestly, you can ask me also. They give you this paper and another paper that is open source.
So-
You never see that incident with it.
Okay, so you didn't know that this was regarding what was involved with the kite?
At first, they told me that, I was being, at first, it was an officer named Duke. He brought me these papers. And I said, "Yes, sir."
This is a different one.
Okay, well, he brought me this paper and it was another paper. And he was an officer that had no idea what was going on. He just said, Sergeant Carpentier told me to give you this for some kind of contraband because we had just got a shakedown.
Okay,
So,
well, let me ask you this. Who gave you the kite?
who gave me the card?
Yeah, who's the guy that gave you the kite?
I cannot say that.
Why not?
Because if I say his name, it'll cause, problems wherever I go. You know that.
So somebody gives you the kite and that's it. You don't know what's in there.
I just grabbed it and said, hey, I'll shoot you. I'm not saying I can do that. I just didn't look at it.
That puts you in a scan.
Yes.
I think that was 233. Show you what marked the State's Exhibit 234. Do you recognize that signature?
Yes, this right here is actually they give you this one. And that one there.
That's okay. Is that a true and correct copy of what you signed that day?
Yes.
I'd like to move this into evidence. Is there any further there? Okay.
All right, it's admitted.
Now, here it says incident summary. You could read that. It says above mentioned inmate attempted to pass narcotics to another inmate.
Yes, and whenever I signed this was not on it.
So that was not on, they filled that afterwards.
Yeah, because whenever I asked him why is it blank, he told me the sergeant hasn't filled it out yet.
Okay. Now, you said that for most of the time that you've been there, that you've been locked up for 23 hours, correct?
Yes,
And that you only get out for maybe 1 hour, correct?
yeah, 2 hours a day.
Now, but isn't it true that you've actually been out whenever you're not supposed to be out, correct?
Yes.
How many times would you say that that's happened?
Us as inmates, we do it. We do it to come out of ourselves. It happens all the time. most of the officers don't make much of a big deal. Uh, You know, they know you're in lockdown, if they trust you, they'll let you be out.
And so isn't it true though that you gotten written up a few times because you were not where you were supposed to be?
Yeah, I was in the day room, yes.
Now, you would agree with me, you testified that sometimes you needed to get away from some even of your family members, correct?
That's correct.
But everything that occurred that night was your fault, correct?
Yes, it was.
Wasn't your brother's fault, right?
No, it's not.
Wasn't your co-worker's fault that you were drinking there with that night, correct?
No, it's not.
Wasn't your sister's fault, was it?
No, it's not.
Everything that occurred that night was your fault, correct?
That is correct.
You also said that this was almost like a bad dream for you.
Yes, it was.
How do you think it felt for Officer McCullough's kids?
That mentally it's far worse.
How do you think it felt for his wife,
She probably felt far worse than me.
for his ex-wife,
She probably felt bad as well.
for his stepdaughter,
She felt worse as well.
for Officer Love and his wife and his kids,
I mentally felt horrible.
Officer Moniz, her partner and her kid?
Yeah. Thank you a lot. Yes,
And then you said that your world was turned upside down. You remember saying that?
yes, I do.
How do you think their world has been since that night?
Far worse than I can even imagine.
And no matter how many years you go to prison, right? Whether they give you life or 50, 60, 70, do you think that their world will ever be even slightly back to normal?
No,
Are you testifying here today to try to save yourself?
I'm just being honest and truthful to everything.
Now, you testified that during that time, I guess you had one of the MTRs that you had that your history was laid out before you. Remember that?
Yes, I've seen it before. It was probably a little bit shorter than maybe been a while.
And yet every single opportunity you had, and let me ask you this, for the record, I wasn't the DA when you got deferred back then when you were 19, correct?
No,
Okay. And also I want to touch base, Madam Pro Senator.
Yes.
I want to talk to you real quick about state defendants exhibit number 2, which is a driving while intoxicated. It's a motion to dismiss. And that was a DWI where you were asleep at Waterbury, correct?
yes, it was.
Okay. And because of this DWI, you actually, because of this, your probation was revoked and you were actually sent to prison, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so because of this, that's what happened to you, resulting in going to prison, correct?
yes, sir.
So it was prosecutorial discretion because of that. Is that what this states here?
Yes,
Okay. Now, I also want to talk to you about defendant exhibit number 3. Decline for prosecution is what this says, correct?
yes, sir.
And even all those brushes that you had with the law. How many times have you been arrested?
I couldn't even count it.
You think that's kind of sad that you can't even remember how many times you've been arrested? How many times have you been in a treatment program?
One in-house visit.
How many times have you been, well, let me ask you this. How many days have you served in jail or prison or confined?
Altogether,
Sure, what do you think?
probably a total of 6 years.
After all that time and all those chances, you still haven't learned your lesson, have you?
No.
And you would agree with me that the only way that anyone could feel safe or not having you out there is to keep you locked up for as long as possible, right?
Say the question again, I'm sorry.
I mean, you testified earlier that you said you hoped and wanted to go to prison, right?
When,
Earlier, when you said that you kind of wanted to go to prison, not get deferred because you felt that
on
you.
that, you're talking about the,
Yes, sir.
okay, yes, I chose to go and, try to see if it would, you know,
And you even said when you went to SATF that part of you didn't like that you could just leave when you wanted to, correct?
that's correct.
You needed something that had to be on lockdown, correct?
Okay.
After everything that you've been through and sat here and watched, you would agree with me that there's nothing that you can say that will fix this, correct?
That is correct.
Nothing you can do can make this better, correct?
That is correct.
And the only way to make sure that the community is safe from you is to keep you locked up.
That is correct.
I'll pass the word.
Anything else to the witness?
No further questions for this witness, Your
All
Honor.
right, you may stand down. Call your next witness.
At this time, defense rests.
You close,
State closes.
close.
Defense closes.
All right, we've gone over the charge. Are you all ready to argue?
Judge, do you ever give the time allotment?
30 minutes apiece. Are y'all ready? There's no objections to the charge, correct?
No objections from the state judge?
No objection to the charge from defense.
Okay.
And that's ready to close.
Yes, sir. Members of the jury, you have found the defendant Brandon Portillo guilty of the offenses of intoxication manslaughter of a peace officer and intoxication assault of a peace officer. Now you must determine the sentence to be imposed on the defendant. Both sides will soon present final arguments on sentencing. Before they do, I must give you the instructions you must follow in determining the defendant's sentence. You will have a written copy of these instructions to take with you to use during your deliberations. First, I'll tell you some general principles of law that must govern your decision of the case. Then I will tell you about the specific law applicable to this case. Finally, I will instruct you on the rules that must control your deliberations. General principles. Jury is fact finder. As the jurors, you review the evidence and determine the facts and what they prove. You judge the believability of the witnesses and what weight to give their testimony. In judging the facts and believability of the witnesses, you must apply the law as provided in these instructions. Evidence. In determining the sentence to be imposed on the defendant, you must take into consideration all of the evidence admitted before you. This includes the evidence admitted during the first stage of the trial concerning the defendant's guilt, as well as any evidence admitted during the punishment stage. The evidence consists of the testimony and exhibits admitted in trial. You must only consider evidence to reach your decision. You must not consider, discuss, or mention anything that is not in evidence in the trial. You must not consider or mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case that is not evidence in the trial. Statements made by the lawyers are not evidence. The questions asked by the attorneys are not evidence. Evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the materials admitted into evidence. Nothing the judge has said or done in this case should be considered by you as an opinion about the facts of this case or influence you to vote one way or the other. You should give terms their common meanings unless you have been told in these instructions that the terms are given special meanings. In that case, of course, you should give those terms the meanings provided in these instructions. While you should consider only the evidence, you are permitted to draw reasonable inferences from the testimony and exhibits that are justified in light of common experience. In other words, you may make deductions and reach conclusions that reason and common sense lead you to draw from the facts that have been established by the evidence. You are to render a fair and impartial verdict based on the evidence admitted in this case under the law that is in these instructions. Do not allow your verdict to be determined by bias or prejudice. Admitted exhibits. You will be provided with all the admitted exhibits for your examination. Testimony. The court will allow testimony to read back to the jury only if the jury, in a writing signed by the foreperson, 1, states that it has a disagreement about a specific statement of a witness or a particular point in dispute, and 2, identifies the name of the witness who made the statement. Burden of proof for wrongful acts. During the trial, you have heard evidence that the defendant may have committed wrongful acts that did not result in any criminal charges or that did not result in criminal convictions. You are not to consider any evidence of any particular wrongful act unless you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did in fact commit the wrongful acts. Assessing punishment. In arriving at the amount of punishment, you must decide the sentence by a full, fair, and free expression of the opinion of the individual jurors. You must not decide the sentence by lot or chance. For example, you may not agree beforehand to be bound by the result of a procedure by which each juror gives the number of years the juror thinks should be served, then they are added and the result is divided by 12. To reach a verdict, all 12 jurors must agree. Specific law applicable to punishment for count 1, intoxication, manslaughter of a peace officer. You have found the defendant, Brandon Portillo, guilty of count 1, intoxication, manslaughter of a peace officer. The state has accused the defendant of having been convicted of a felony once before. It asks that you find this accusation true and assess punishment under the law applicable to the defendants with a prior felony conviction. Accusation. Specifically, the state accuses the defendant of being convicted on September the 17th, 2015, in cause number 12 CR 2318E in the 148th District Court of Nueces County, Texas, for the felony offense of burglary of a habitation. The state further alleges that this conviction became a final conviction before the commission of the offense of count 1, intoxication, manslaughter of a peace officer, for which you have found the defendant guilty in this trial. The defendant has pled true. Therefore, you are instructed to find this accusation true. Present offense of count 1, intoxication, manslaughter of a peace officer enhanced by a prior conviction is punishable by 1, a term of imprisonment for no less than 15 years and no more than 99 years or life, or a term of imprisonment for no less than 15 years and no more than 99 years or for life, and a fine of no more than $10,000. Parole. The length of time for which a defendant is imprisoned may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law applicable in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of that law will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Verdict. You are therefore to determine and state your verdict in count 1, intoxication, manslaughter of a peace officer. 1, the term in prison to be imposed on the defendant for no less than 15 years and no more than 99 years or life, or 2, the term in prison to be imposed on the defendant for no less than 15 years and no more than 99 years or life, and a fine of no more than $10,000. Specific law applicable to punishment for count 2, intoxication, assault of a peace officer. You have found the defendant, Brandon Portillo, guilty of count 2, intoxication, assault of a peace officer. The state has accused the defendant of having been convicted of the same felony once alleged above in connection with count 1, intoxication manslaughter of a peace officer, and that this conviction likewise became a final conviction before the commission of the offense of count 2, intoxication assault of a peace officer, for which you have found the defendant guilty in this trial. The defendant has pled that this accusation is true. Therefore, you are instructed to find the accusation true. Present offense of count 2, intoxication assault of a peace officer enhanced by a prior conviction, is punishable by 1, a term of imprisonment for no less than 15 years and no more than 99 years or life, or 2, a term of imprisonment for no less than 15 years and no more than 99 years or for life, and a fine of no more than $10,000. Parole. The instructions concerning parole are the same as those set forth in connection with count 1, intoxication manslaughter of a peace officer. Verdict. You are therefore to determine and state in your verdict for count 2, intoxication assault of a peace officer, 1, the term of imprisonment to be imposed on the defendant for no less than 15 years and no more than 99 years or life, or 2, the term of imprisonment to be imposed on the defendant for no less than 15 years and no more than 99 years or life, and a fine of not more than $10,000. Specific law applicable to punishment for count 3, intoxication assault on a peace officer. You have found the defendant, Brandon Portillo, guilty of count 3, intoxication assault of a peace officer. The state has accused the defendant of having been convicted of the same felony offense once alleged above in connection with count 1, intoxication manslaughter of a peace officer, and that this conviction likewise became a final conviction before the commission of the offense of count 3, intoxication assault of a peace officer, for which you have found the defendant guilty in this trial. The defendant has pled this accusation to be true, therefore you are instructed to find the accusation true. Present offense of count 3, intoxication assault of a peace officer enhanced by a prior conviction is punishable by 1, a term of imprisonment for no less than 15 years nor more than 99 years or life, or 2, a term of imprisonment for no less than 15 years and no more than 99 years or life, and a fine of no more than $10,000. Parole. The instructions concerning parole are the same as those set forth in connection with count 1, intoxication manslaughter of a peace officer. The verdict. You are therefore to determine and state in your verdict for count 3, intoxication assault of a peace officer, 1, the term of imprisonment to be imposed on the defendant for no less than 15 years, no more than 99 years or life, or 2, the term of imprisonment to be imposed on the defendant for no less than 15 years and no more than 99 years or life, and a fine of no more than $10,000. Rules that control deliberations. You must follow these rules while you are deliberating until you reach a verdict. After the closing arguments by attorneys, you will go to the jury room. The foreperson should conduct the deliberations in an orderly way. Each juror has 1 vote, including the foreperson. The foreperson must supervise the voting, vote with other members of the jury, and sign the verdict sheet. While deliberating and until excused by the trial court, all jurors must follow these rules. 1, you must not discuss this case with any court officer or the attorneys or anyone not on the jury. 2, you must not discuss this case unless all of you are present in the jury room. If anyone leaves the room, you must stop your discussions about the case until all of you are present again. 3, you must communicate with the judge only in writing, signed by the foreperson and given to the judge through the officer assigned to you. 4, you must not conduct any independent investigations, research, or experiments. 5, you must tell the judge if anyone attempts to contact you about the case before you reach your verdict. After you've arrived at your verdict, you are to use one of the forms attached to these instructions. You should have your foreperson sign his or her name to the particular form that conforms with your verdict. After closing arguments by the attorneys, you will begin your deliberations to sign your verdict. And there is 3 verdict forms 3 pages of verdict forms, each one that correspond with each count in the case. So once again, the state gets to go first and last because they had the burden of proof. What kind of warnings do you want?
Probably gonna talk only 10 minutes, Judge, or less, so, I think it's like 7 minutes.
Okay.
Give me a second to set up.
I'll give you a warning when you get to 7 minutes.
Proceed.
You may.
Yeah, please the court. Everyone in attendance, co-counsel, jury. Try to be as brief as possible in my closing. Hope that this will aid you in making this decision. It's been a long couple of weeks, the longest I've worn a suit in a while. These cases weigh on you. And today, my co-counsel will get up here, husband's gonna get up here and say some words. And Michelle's gonna get up here and say some words. And in closing, she wanted so bad to get up here because they are invested in these cases. For 2 years and some months, they've lived this. They've lived it with everyone that is sitting in there. And we all do. We take this home with us. And you will take this home with you. Probably this whole week, man. You heard things, you've seen stuff that you wish that you probably didn't show up to jury duty that day. But here we are. You know, protect and serve, and now it's your time. It's your turn to decide what's going to happen here today in this case, and for everyone to know and see. I'm gonna be very honest and frank with you guys, and I'm gonna be asking for 3 life sentences on this case. And I'm gonna do so for 3 reasons. Number 1 is for deterrence, right? People hear this story, maybe they'll never want to drink again like Mr. Portillo's brother. Number 2 is for incapacitation. We know that no matter what we do and what opportunities we give Mr. Portillo, that the only way to keep him off the streets and hurting and ruining other people's lives is to keep him in prison as long as possible. And we know if we read this jury charge, that even if somebody gets life, that they are eligible for parole in 30 years. Mr. Portillo is about 30 years old now. That means he may have an opportunity to eventually come out. That means he may have an opportunity to at least live and have some life, right? The life that Officer McCullough will never get back. The life that phone calls and letters, and everything that he will still get to participate and celebrate with his family. They'll get to have their milestones, right? He's gonna hear about his 12-year-old nephew and what he's doing with his father. He's gonna hear about what his mother's going through, all those things. These people will never get. And at this time, it's kind of like, man, it's just time to come to that close and to that decision. And then retribution. Every choice we make has a consequence. And this case, that consequence is life times 3. There was so much evidence that we saw, right? That we saw from this stand, that you saw over the course of almost 3 weeks, where you can say and you can aid yourself in saying, this is why I'm going to make that decision today. This is why I'm going to sign here confinement by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for life and the fine. A lot of people, and it's weird, right? They say, well, what is the fine? Do they have to pay the fine if they get out? Now, typically it's more symbolic, right? So I'm going to ask you here to give them the biggest fine. If you think about these things, you'll hear these things. And over the course of the time that we've been here, I asked Mr. Portillo, when we saw all these things, we didn't notice any type of stoic. The way he sits here now. No tears, no emotion, nothing. And I'll tell you, man, this case broke me. I'm sitting back there wishing I had something else to do. And Liliana got up there and she talked about a 12-year-old. Think about this. A 12-year-old girl gets up here and has to relive and think about all the things that she'll never get to do again. That's why life is warranted in this thing. The way she got up there, man, I sat up there and I shed a tear. I'm hiding it, I'm holding it back because I don't want anyone to see me living that. You know what I did that Friday after she got off the stand? I hugged my little girls. I hugged them and I said, you know what, I want to take them to the Republic of Texas. I never taken them there, but I was like, that's something that I need to do with them because we never know when our days are numbered. And I know some of y'all broke too. This is a very hard case. There was one person that didn't break. And he's sitting here and I'm like, man, is he going to break? Is he going to break? Officer Love was sitting here in pain, looking at all of y'all. And they're asking him questions and he didn't break. I was like, man, is he going to break? I broke and he didn't break. He wouldn't give Mr. Portillo the satisfaction of seeing him break. That's the kind of strength that man had. That's the kind of strength that you must have here today in rendering this decision and entering lifetime 3 in each and every one of these cases. He's stronger than me because I broke that day and I continue to break. When Chief Carissa get up here and talk about the relationship she hoped to rebuild or to have. I got a 21-year-old daughter as well. Our relationship is probably a little fractured as well, a different marriage. I text her and I said, I pray that we can get closer together. That's how this trial has affected me. And I know it's affected everybody out there. These are hard decisions that we have to make here. But these are all consequences of choices Mr. Portillo made. Don't feel bad, right? Don't feel bad for sending him to prison for life and giving him $10,000 times 3. Don't feel bad about it. Because you are here because of the decisions he made. You are here because every opportunity he had, he squandered. You are here because he got off. I'm not going to do it again. But all those drinks he had. That's why we're here. Because of the decision this man made. I anticipate Kyle's going to get up here and say, we're asking for life only because it was an officer. We're asking for life because you saw how many, they talked about when he was 15 and he got a PI. They talked about when he was 17 and he got another PI. They talked about this and that. You're going to try to say we're showing you all that so that way because he was an officer, right? That's not why. We're showing you that because of those things, that's why this is warranted. This is a consequence that is needed. And so when you go back there, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad, Kyle. You did a good job. And you, sir, don't feel bad. The decisions he made, not you, as his brother, as his family members, don't feel bad. We are here because of the decision Mr. Portillo made. So when you go back there, I'm going to ask you to select the foreman again, to go ahead and confine him to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for life, and a fine of $10,000 for every count that you found him guilty on.
7 minutes.
I'm going to sit down. There's nothing more I can say. There's nothing more that you can see. You've heard it from him himself. The only way to stop him from driving and hurting people is keeping him locked up. I thought he was going to say something different. That's what he said. So now we hope you do what he wants you to do. Put him away for as long as you can for life. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Holscher?
Got my thing over here. If it pleases the court. Opposing counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Cases are tough. I don't get to tell a story about having kids and what I told them. I don't have any, but while this one was tough for me, I said I was a kid. We all were. And I kept looking through, we kept working these cases up. You know, these things are coming from, a mile away. But still, these trials They keep hitting you, hitting you, hitting you. Especially these hard ones in a couple days. But I think about myself when I was 15, 14. When Brandon started getting in trouble. I was over in Cal Allen High School. I was some stater kid. Going downtown, having fun, causing mischief. How quickly I could have been picked up by a cop, taken home, started a record. A couple of years later, when picking up marijuana charge, had the hydrocodone in his car. At the same time, you know, wasn't a punk anymore, wasn't a skater anymore. A punk rocker. Leather and chains, going to shows, hanging out all night. Failing on school. What kind of making accidents? I don't have a mistake. How quickly my life could turn into the direction that led Brandon, kill Officer McCall into injure Officer Love and injure Officer Muniz. You know, graduated high school, problem. Went to college, sort of straightened up a little bit. But even then, we're thinking at the time when he's popping a bunch of Xanax pills, what am I doing at that same age? And I was in the middle of college, building hot rods with my friends, racing up and down the street, going out in the county, having drag races. Boy, how quickly one of those could have turned wrong. Could have so quickly, through an accident or mistake, derail everything that I have now built from that time when I was so young. Got out of that, you know, realized I need to do something with my life. Go to law school. I've led a pretty boring life since then. But then, man, something else just kind of hit me. Do I remember in law school, that first year, really big for law students. One of the other law students I was there with, gone through all the same things that I've gone through. College, study, entrance exams. Killed a motorcyclist on the way home from a bar event. All that work, all that effort, everything derailed by an accident or a mistake. Brandon kept going the wrong way. Kept hanging out with people, kept making bad choices, making mistakes, running into the law. I'm lucky that I never got popped, went to jail. I had all these benefits in my life. And then I think makes it even more difficult. This is me. I'm not throwing board iron. I don't know how many people put their hand up saying that they had operated a vehicle while intoxicated. There were people on this jury said that they've operated a motor vehicle while intoxicated. We convicted him intoxication manslaughter, intoxication assault. And it is that key thing driving while intoxicated that makes this crime. The rest, accident or mistake. That's the law. That's what you convicted him of. Doesn't get off because of that. But you have to take that into consideration as you pick a number here. We don't get to change the facts. We don't get to say, if only taken a different route, only it was a different crash 50 feet after, only it was stopped was at a different location. In criminal law, we don't get the benefit of changing any factor, changing anything about the story. But you have to take all those things into consideration. But this is based on when this thing happened. The state kept reminding during closing and opening. There's just no reason. It's an accident. It's a mistake. Because of the way that accident and mistake happened, Brandon is going to go away. You're going to consider all the harms caused by this. I'll let the state remind you of all that. I don't think we really need much reminding. I think we've had it shoved right in our face, and rightly so. More important, Brandon's face. He's the one that caused all those harms. And ultimately, I think that's going to be the biggest factor that y'all are going to consider here. You know, calling his brother up here, calling his boss up here. Those aren't to make excuses. Those are to fill in a picture of someone who's flawed. Calling Brandon up here, same thing. Putting a full picture. As the state humanizes the victims of a crime, at the same time during punishment, we all have to be made aware that the defendant is also guilty. Just like any one of us, having lived a whole life. And you can look at a few things, the state will say, you know, life's the only answer here. But, you know, not that big of a change, but for someone who really just can't get himself together, you know, I think we clearly see that prison did have an effect on him. You see, boy, it's every year he's getting popped for something or other before he goes on probation, while he's on probation, and then trip to prison. You know, actually got somewhere. Went a while without getting busted for something. Even when he got that DWI, it's awesome. He was he's trying to change. He obviously didn't change entirely, didn't take advantage of things that he had learned. It's led to this situation here. This is not what Brandon set out to do that night. This is an accident. This is a mistake. Watch that video of everyone in the bar. None of them set out to cause harm to other people. Like Portillo didn't set out to cause harm to other people. We just unfortunately live in a society where an accident, a mistake, can ruin so many lives so quickly. An accident happens in seconds. And the damage is done. This is why it's a crime. No, somewhere in the early 90s, we passed this law, so we can't have people doing this stuff. We have to punish them for that. But it is y'all that has to be the filter. People who say what is appropriate, not what the government says is appropriate. No, I'm not going to shy away from the fact that I asked each one of y'all in board ire and it bounced around a whole bunch of point politics play punishment. The state, of course, will say this is not politics. We're well within our rights to ask for advice. This is what you deserve, this advice. But I think it's quite clear to see that there is a political element to seeking a life sentence on an accident or mistake. If you hadn't had that burglary, we'd be talking about probation. Not prison time. Life imprisonment. Life imprisonment. Think about that. Think about when that's applied. Life imprisonment for murderers, people who intend the harm that they cause. You sit at home and think, man, I cannot wait to get to my someone. There's a life imprisonment. And the state says incapacitation as a purpose of punishment. In the criminal law world, we call that warehousing. Because there's just nothing to do with them. This is your repeat child molesters. It's people who commit serious intentional crimes that they want the harm of. Those are the people you warehouse. You can't do anything with them. I also don't see how this could be a deterrence case. How can you deter an accident or mistake? We're not going to sober up the whole world. But I don't think that's going to be a primary motivator. This might end up being a rehabilitation case. That's another reason why you want to punish people, make them change their ways. But that's not going to be up to any one of us. That's going to be up to Brandon. It's going to be up to whatever's available in the prison system. So I don't think that's the primary cause of what you should be punishing people for, or punishing in this case. What you're punishing here is the damage done because of this accident, because of this mistake. And it's significant, you know? The state's brought plenty of evidence of the damage done. I don't think you got to come back with a small number. There's no way. I sat here throughout the trial trying to write down a number. Oh, well, this would be a good number. Well, this would be a good number. I don't just think that choice will be. Kind of settled on 40 years, but doesn't matter what I say. That number doesn't say any number in the world. Don't think that number. Just kept Xing out things and writing another one, and I don't think there's a way for me to do that. We have juries because it's so hard when you're involved in these cases to know what is right. You have to have 12 people who do not have a connection. Their connection is this room, this trial, this evidence. Y'all are going to look at that. Y'all are going to come up with something. It might be just not it. Not correct. Like I said, the state is going to, you know, they're going to detail the harms. I suspect that that's something that's going to be a very big part of what the state's going to say, and rightfully so. It's going to be the biggest part. I'm going to leave you with a word I really like. I always try to remind myself to use this word more in my day-to-day life, because actually kind of my enemy is the defense attorney most of the time. But it cuts kind of both ways. Sonder is a noun. Sonder is the realization of all these people around you. Audience, family, the victims, every person. People, 100 people you pass every single day driving on the road, every one of them around you is experiencing the same life you are. Hopes and dreams, rejections, failures, family, faults, skills. Saunders, the moment you think about that, and you go, oh, wow, it's not just me. Well, you're absolutely going to consider that deep realization on every one of the victims. Remember that Mr. Portillo is still there. He's also experienced life. I ask you to take that into consideration. And I hope that you'll all come to the conclusion that whatever number you come up with, between 15 and 99, life is not it.
Judge, I'll just take 5 minutes, maybe about 4-minute warning.
You want me to give you a warning after you've used 5 minutes?
At when I'm gone through 4, I have a 1-minute warning
Okay.
left.
All right.
Please, the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, audience. There were actually 18 intentional choices that Brandon Portillo made that night with every sip of alcohol he took. But it was his 19th choice that was his deadliest. No accident or mistake there when he chose to get behind the wheel of that car and drive. Now you've gotten to hear that Brandon Portillo set into motion this trajectory, not just the night of January 31st of 2020, but over a decade ago. He set down his course of destruction in 2009. He even made a promise in 2010 that he would never change his drinking habits. Here we are more than 10 years later. He's kept that promise. He may have been an immature teenager when he uttered those words, but he is now a grown man. And he was a grown man on the night of January 31st. He has continued to make selfish, dangerous choices that have brought every single one of us to this point here today. Every sip of alcohol along the way was a step forward on that path that brought Alan McCullum, Michael Love, and Keone Muse's fates one step closer to the horrible reality they are today. What you are being called upon to do is not to decide what is just only for the events of January 31st, but for the totality of the trajectory that Brandon Portillo has chosen and all the damage he has caused along the way. Alan McCullum's life was cut way too short. He was loved by many, and his daughters will never have another Father's Day and won't have their dad to walk them down the aisle. Michael Love and Keone Muse's lives will never be the same. But don't think for a second that Brandon Portillo should get a break for the fact that they live. That has absolutely nothing to do with him and everything to do with them. Their sheer strength and will kept them alive that night, and their love of their families have gotten them this far today. No, he shouldn't get a break for the fact that they have to continue to relive this night over and over again for the rest of their lives.
continue to feel the physical pain and the mental anguish every day for the rest of their lives. He should not get a break that they have to live with a feeling of guilt, wondering what if I had done something different every single day for the rest of their lives. Their whole lives have been forever changed, and he shouldn't get a break for that. He's gotten so many breaks along the way. He's had second, third, fourth, fifth, and so on chances. He's done nothing with them. Alan McCollum didn't get a second chance, and Michael Love and Kaomi Muniz will suffer their own life sentences. So should Brandon Portillo. And he's not just a danger to law enforcement, he's a danger to everyone on the roadway. He told you his longest period of sobriety was when he was incarcerated. He agreed the only way to keep him from doing this and keeping the community safe is to keep him locked up. He'll never change his drinking habits, and he won't feel any remorse. He certainly didn't feel remorse when he was passing drugs in the jail back in January.
You used 4 minutes.
There's a saying in law enforcement: I got your six. It means I've got your back, because that's your most vulnerable position. With the sentences you hand down here, you are sending a message, not just to Brandon Portillo, that no one is safe as long as he is free, and enough is enough. Not just to anyone else who drink themselves into oblivion and get behind the wheel of a car, that there will be serious consequences. You are sending a message to every single CCPD officer, to first responders across the whole entire country who will hear of this. And nothing less than 3 life sentences will send a message: I got your six.
You get to a point in the case, it happens. And I think you're probably there right now. You're almost numb. You've heard, you've listened, you've watched. You just get to this place where you are emotionally spent. You are numb now to what is happening, and you feel anxious about the job you have to go do in the room right now. And I think for me, that's where I am now. I'm just numb. And I hadn't quite reached that pinnacle until Mr. Portillo took a stand. And it was either go numb or get really pissed off. And I chose numb. Because what I heard him say was that he doesn't have to carry the memory. That's why he's not emotional. He doesn't remember that night. Same as he doesn't remember the night of his burglar habitation. He has the luxury of being the intoxicated person who doesn't have to have the night terrors because he doesn't have to carry the memory. He doesn't have to remember. That is his gift in all of this. That he got to watch it on video like it was a movie, like he was at Cinemark. All he needed was the popcorn. That wasn't his reality. We tried to show him what he did, but he doesn't have to feel it. And that's why you get to a point where you have to go numb. And as he sat there, he still didn't get it. He could give you all the excuses. He could give you all the reasons. He could give you all the times in his life that he should have, could have, would have, might have. But he never did. And in a world where we should pride ourselves in actions speak louder than words, he has shown you only one thing. He's dangerous. He's dangerous because he's not strong enough. And he's not willing. Being sober is a choice, and there are a lot of success stories, but it is an everyday grind to get it done. the same as it's an everyday grind for Michael Love to get up and walk. Just to walk now. Just to sit for more than a few minutes at a time. For Kaomi Muniz to pick up her child. It is an everyday grind to move past the loss and grief and the pain. They have what it takes, and they will have to do it every single day for the rest of their life. And maybe if you give Brandon Portillo the life sentence he deserves, maybe one day he will wake up and he will get it. But he doesn't right now. There's no remorse. There's no sorrow. A human being, and many of you, we heard you. I didn't want to look at you because you're not a spectacle, but I could hear it. You were so empathetic and so sympathetic to what you saw and what you heard that even you were moved to tears, because that is what happens when a person has compassion, when a person has just the ability to understand someone else's pain. The presence of those emotions in and of themselves cause you to tear up. They cause you to cry. They cause you to be unable to reconcile where the lives are of all those impacted by this case are at this present moment, but still not him. Even now, still not him. He's had all the opportunities that Carissa and Liliana will no longer have, that Alan McCollum, Michael Love, Kaomi, Lauren, Sammy, Kyla, Kieran, baby Valerie Mitchell, and everybody else who knew and loved and respected these officers. They don't have the opportunity to not remember, to forget. When I heard Brandon Portillo sitting on that stand talking about the job he loved, 23 and a journeyman, how impressive, I just cringed, and I didn't even want to turn and look at Michael Love, and I thought, what in the world would make you talk about a job you love and how sad you are that you may not get to do it anymore when you've done what you've done to Michael Love? It just made me cringe. And he said it with such ease. And again, he doesn't get it. Even now, he cannot fathom what he's done. Because if you could, you couldn't even say those words in the presence of Michael Love. Like you would choke on the words. Doesn't faze him. I don't care if his dad left his house when he was little. I don't care. I care about the dad that is gone forever, and the fact that SWAT members do a McCollum mile to go say hi to Alan McCollum at a grave. And then that's where Easters and Christmases are spent now by the McCollum family, is at a gravesite to say hi, I miss you. I care about that father. I don't care about the father that left the house. And if that makes me a horrible, bad person, then I'll own it. This is a life case. And it's not because of politics. It's because we should value life. And we should hold people accountable for their choices. It has to be that way because this community will reap what it sows. There was a prosecutor that I learned from years ago And she would always tell the jury that you become the moral compass of this community. You determine the standard by which citizens who live here will conform their behavior. You are that moral compass now. And it is your job and your responsibility to pass this on now, because it needs to land at the end of the day on the shoulders of the person who created this whole situation. And for the rest of his life, the same as all his victims, it is Brandon Portillo's turn to carry it. And so I am asking you to do what is hard. Because if you think it's easy to look at 12 people and ask them to sentence a 28-year-old to life in prison, it is not easy. We are not machines. We feel and we understand what we're asking for. But I am asking you to do it because it is right, because it is just, and because it is his turn to carry it.
All right, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, please retire to the jury room to begin your deliberations.